know, can you tell? Good morning. Hello. Hi. Welcome to Radio Mojave, home of the cutie Gora Gora. Hi. Hello. Today, I'm gonna do some Dungeons and Dragons prep. But it's not Dungeons and Dragons, it's Pathfinder. But, I think this might be the first time that I'm streaming it to the main YouTube channel. Usually I stream it to the second YouTube channel. But I decided to do it on the main one today. I'm a little nervous about it because personally I wouldn't personally I don't watch this kind of stream. But a lot of people say they enjoy it, so let's just see how it goes. I play 2nd edition Pathfinder. You watched a Kumo kind of stream? Do not abandon stream! No! No, come back here! I have copper for you! I have copper wires! You know you like copper wires, right? Jingle jingle! Jingle jingle! Copper wires! I stayed up till like 2 a.m. doing like prep ahead of time for this stream. So hopefully hopefully I don't feel out of my element. But if there may be some moments of dead air, I'm just thinking. Yes. Well, how are you? I'm feeling pretty jolly. I have decorations up I have an outfit on, and it smells like holly. I'm feeling genuinely jolly. I'm fully jingled. Reminds me of the he's got spurs that jingle, jingle, jingle. You woke up at 4 a.m. today because your wisdom tooth surgery has put you on a strange sleep pattern. Oh. I hope you have it fixed. Did you get to keep your wisdom teeth? Can I have them? You can mail them to me. You didn't ask! Dang it! Huge topic. I was thinking about gimmicks in dungeon design, particularly thinking about what makes some dungeon gimmicks and traps great. I need to add some. I need to add a few more to this dungeon. I was thinking about, like, dungeon ecology earlier, because the dungeon that we're working on has been sealed for about 300 years. But there's still monsters and stuff inside, so there's kind of like this mini ecosystem inside of the dungeon. And I've been reading up a lot on Dungeon Meshi for the last 2 days. Thinking about this. Hence the Dungeon Meshi music. Yeah. So we can talk about that kind of stuff. I think this kind of is a stupid sentence, I think, but I think dungeon gimmicks that make sense in the history of the dungeon and why it's there are the best dungeon gimmicks. If you can answer why something exists, rather than just placing some random trap in there to mess with people, I think that feels a little bit more firm. We'll build a thriving, dangerous ecosystem filled with copper! Yes! Mushrooms? We'll have to put some mushrooms in somewhere. I did draw out our dungeon beforehand. So I have a map, and I have some rooms that I've written, but I haven't really filled them out that much. Yes. Mako! Thank you for the sub! You're approaching 3 years. Wow, you're so young. Have you checked out the Myconid Underdark ecosystem? I've played a lot, unless you're referring to some article or something. I've played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not sure. I'm not sure which Underdark monsters consume mushrooms, but I'm vaguely aware. I know there's some. There's some in the Out of the Abyss book that are named mushrooms. Maybe I should go grab that book. It'd be fun to include a few mushroom types. They're also a good source of light. I know most 5th edition games don't really worry about light anymore, because everyone's playing a half were-weaven flute ninja with dark vision. But most of my party are humans. I'm so little. I hope you get better. I think, Sunny, I think you might have dyslexia. Everything has dark vision? No, Not in Pathfinder. Or at least my players are all playing humans, so none of them have dark vision. Only the kobold has dark vision. Yes. It's okay. It's okay, Sunny. I thought it was funny. I hope Mako gets better too. My players were actually, they all played, they're all used to 5th edition. And they were all like very, what's the word? Bummed out? They were very bummed out that like none of the characters had dark vision, and in order to get dark vision, you had to first get dim light vision. And then, after leveling, you can get dark vision. They were like, they expected to have everything handed to them on a plate. I was like, no! No! Oh! My music stopped. Hopefully stream didn't stutter or anything. I'm pretty positive the internet's fixed. I'm not a walking Christmas elf. I'm not. I'm a daughter of Krampus. You're in for a surprise with how granular Pathfinder can be. I think it's been a positive surprise so far. They're now level 4. Yeah, they realized they had to pull out a torch for the first time. It was funny. One of the mages was like, I'm gonna cast the light and then we'll move the light spells throughout the dungeon area. And everyone was like, oh, that's smart, that's smart. Because otherwise they were just gonna be completely in the dark and only the kobold was gonna be able to see anything. You find it funny because mushrooms are a hazard, which aids the dungeon's denizens lethally if they're immune to it. Where's that Ettercaps? There's an Ettercap in the party! It's a blind Ettercap named Starry Eyes. Their eyes are filled with cataracts. It's, they have 2 NPCs with them. One of them is, a child Ettercap, and the other one is a sort of, I guess you would say it's kind of like a water genocide. It's really not, though. It's not like it's an elemental race. They're just like a seafaring people that are based off of, ones from Pillars of Eternity. Your cleric has light as a cantrip and you cast it on your armor? Yeah, our cleric has, a light spell, but it works a little bit differently in, Pathfinder. So he has, like, 3 little spheres of light that he was moving around. Dark vision 2 OP? Take the rise! Ettercaps are your favorite entities? I'll go over all of our characters. Let me pull out, I want to pull out my, drawing tablet. Let's see. As this is my first time streaming this type of stream on the main channel, I'm just gonna go over the party composition. Let's see. I have to back up a little bit. One moment. Are you guys having a good week though? It's already Thursday. It still feels like Tuesday for me. Okay. It's been an okay week? Okay, good. second edition. Which usually is just shortened to 2 years. It's kind of so the original Pathfinder is based off of the 3rd edition of Dungeons and Dragons. Because a bunch of the game devs ended up leaving Wizards of the Coast around that time and founding their own company. So it's technically just a descendant of Dungeons and Dragons. But I'm playing with 4 or 5 players. Hold on. 1, 2, 5 players. And right now, they're all level 4. So they're like, this is like sturdy, medium level for me. I don't usually run games all the way to like level 18 or 20. I usually run them to like 16 or 12. But for the party, we have Kobold. I'm not really good at drawing kobolds, so... Actually, I don't know how many kobolds I've ever drawn before. This is okay, right? This is fine. Yeah, that's probably fine. We have a kobold wizard named Jasper. He's the only non-human in the party. Could always draw them like Weaver. Big square snouts. I like them to be kind of dog-like. So, a lot of the ones in my setting have fur. Like little curling horns. Little dog nose. They do yip. Sometimes they even yiff if you ask them. But we have Jasper, and then we have... Let's see if I can draw some chibi humans really fast. This is gonna confuse you though. This player has a curse on them. They have a curse of fire on them. Hold on. There you go, that's better. He has very, very thick eyebrows too. I'm gonna move it a little bit more. So, we have Jasper, Kobold Wizard, and then we have... This is Sasha. They are a human inventor. They've been cursed with fire. He's cursed. He has little horns and his skin is really hot. And he has little veins of like embers in his hair. He has thick eyebrows, they're cute! They're cute! Okay, and then we have let's see. I know I asked them for references. None of the characters, only Sasha has an official drawing that a player's done. Here we go. Another human. This one. Hold on. I didn't realize taking time to draw these would take so long. I forgot drawing is hard. Hang on. I know now is not the time to be anal about this kind of thing, but he's got a little frown, a little pout. Okay, there you go. There. Okay, this one is another S name, Sigmund. Big circular glasses and it's literally you? Wow, big bro. Big bro. It's kind of attractive. This is Sigmund. Here is a human fighter. Actually, no, he was a human fighter, but now he's a human, it's like a new class. What is it called? Hang on. Archive of Nethys. A commander. He's a commander. So it's like a captain was the class in 3rd edition. they basically, a lot of his abilities are about, like, giving commands to the rest of the party on the battlefield. Commander's his class. Yes. Yeah, Battlemaster. And we have another one. Another human. This one is another human fighter. Or that he was the other human fighter before. This is Reese. He's got a big scar on his nose. Human fighter. And he is technically, his background is that he's a lumberjack. He was enlisted in one of the armies. The player that's playing him is a Fujoshi, so I think she has, I think he has, I think he has goals. We actually had a big conversation at the start of last game because there are some like boys in the party, and the Fujos of the group, mostly Meringue, they were explaining like certain parts of the Omegaverse. Boys love lumberjack, yes. That's pretty much what he is. Okay, and then there's one more character. I don't know if I have any references for him. Let me double check. I'm gonna have to make more tea. I have my favorite lemon tea right now. Plasma! I'm actually about to draw a character right now. I'm trying to find references for him. I don't see any. So I actually don't know what this character looks like. This one is... I guess I'll just draw what I think he looks like. Another old guy. Yeah. This one is Zach, and they are a human clerk. I don't remember if I said they had a face claim before or not. Yeah, the child killer, yeah! You guys got it! He's the one that killed a kid! Completely defenseless kid. Yes. Okay. That's his claim to fame. So, this is our party. Plus there are 2 NPCs. But these are our main guys. We have Jasper, Kobold Wizard, Sasha, the human inventor, Sigmund, the human commander, Reese, the human fighter, and Zach, the human clerk. I was not lying when I said it is a mostly human party. Oh, Adair! I love Adair. Make him look a little bit more Adair-like. The other 2 are a sort of water genocide race. sure if I'm gonna be able to do her justice, but there's this one. Has a hat on. This is she's a Runa, singer. And then there is the other cap. Starry eyes. And they are a buttercup Scion. I really don't like the way I drew Homonopune, but oh well. So these are the NPCs. I'm gonna redo this. I know it doesn't matter, but I'm gonna redo this. It takes a brave soul to play a human. I asked them to play mostly humans. I'm pretty sure I told them if they have like, they could have like 2 exotic characters. And someone immediately wanted to be a kobold. And then the rest of the party was like, well, I don't have to be an exotic character. I was very proud of them for that. Maybe the trick is to draw her at an angle. The problem is the hat is kind of complex. She's kind of confusing to draw, but anyways, that's I give up. That's officially me giving up on drawing her. Nonetheless, This is the party. Why the no exotics rule? Because I run a very low fantasy campaign. I told them they can play as a dwarf, a half-elf, a human, a halfling, half-orc. There are no gnomes in my setting. Pretty sure that's everything. I told them that they had those options, and then 1 or 2 people could play a cursed human or a tiefling. Like they're called gods blessed in my game. So both genocide and tieflings and ASMR all fall under gods blessed, gods cursed, just depending on whether or not people see them as a nuisance, evil, or blessed. Or they could play an elf, which I count as exotic. An orc, I count as exotic. Runa, I count as exotic. Yeah. So they had those options. Oh, or kobold. Yeah, they wanted to play kobold. This is the party. And they have basically been traveling this war-torn country that had just erupted into a civil war a year earlier. And the game has sort of, over the course of progressing through the campaign, that civil war was stopped by 2 neighboring nations that then fought over the territory between each other. And the big empire, the Empire of Gothia, which is a descendant of this older empire, just called the Old Empire, won the battles and now owns most of that land. But the other kingdom, the Palatinate of Hastara, sometimes we just call it the Old Palatinate, is kind of having its own inner turmoil between the crown and this merchant class that is rising. So there's a little bit of intrigue happening between those 2 countries and then internally. Yeah. It's D&D Day, yeah! But as this is all happening, these ghost storms have been occurring, and the players are kind of interested in finding out if there's a way to stop those ghost storms, and they're all after their own individual stuff as well. I have very... How do I word this? They're not self-centered, they're like... I have players that are very story-focused, but they bring their own personal stories, so they want to see their character's story through, rather than the campaign story. But I'm trying to juggle both. I'm trying to allow them that, like, space to play with their character, while also trying to run a campaign. Bourgeoisie revolt incoming? In the Palatinate, there already was an attempted workers' revolution, but all of the merchant class guild heads and the crown put that down. But now the merchant class guild heads are coming into a lot of power, and they want to do it with the crown next. They're very player narrative focused, yeah. This is the party. Right now, get back in your place, peasants! That's not what I mean! That's not what I mean! I don't mind running their little, character narratives. It's just not something that I grew up with. So, it's not something that I was used to at first, but the, like, newer generation of D&D players, I kind of expect it. Oh, you meant for the revolution! I thought you were talking about my players! They already killed a child, it should be fine! They've had their fun! Yes. But, yeah, let me pull up... I'm gonna start to do dungeon prep now. So if there are any of my players in the chat, it's time to get out. Go away! Go on! this is floor 1 of our dungeon. The dungeon, they entered it on top of a steep cliff in the ruins of a glass tower. And they ended up entering here. This is where they entered. And as they entered, the door is sealed behind them. But this is, for all for all purposes, this is room 1A. The gray areas are water. And there is a second level beneath this one. And that's this level. I don't know why they'd be intense. Maybe they brought them because they want to have a sleepover in the dungeon. Hello, Midwinter. So far, the players have entered here, encountered a statue here, and then entered this big hall and had a battle with some skeletons over here. But that's everything that's happened. So let me pull up, I'm gonna pull up my notes. Tensei for boys love maxing. Oh boy. Boy, are they. Suddenly, LibreOffice does not seem to be. Oh? Is that why? There it is! Wait. No, it's doing that thing again where I can't see it! Shoot. Okay, I'm gonna try to fix this, and I'm gonna run to the bathroom. So, I'm gonna put us on a short bathroom break while I try to solve this. I'm using, for drawing, I'm using Paint Tool Sai, but for writing, I'm using LibreOffice. But the last few streams, it has not wanted to be grabbed by OBS for some reason. Alright, I'll be right back. don't know why the music stopped. It does that sometimes. I have it on loop. But sometimes YouTube's just like, you know what? No. I don't feel like looping. But I fixed LibreOffice. I had to change the way that it was being captured. Hi. Hello. Sup? Hello. Welcome to my dungeon. Welcome to my dungeon. Let's see here. I'm gonna start labeling things. We have several rooms in this dungeon, and everything on the first floor is gonna be labeled 1 something. How do I do this while not messing things up? 1A is the entrance hall. And 1B are these sort of alcoves here and here. 1C here. I'll go through all of them as soon as we're done marking them. 1D. 1E is this big room here. And then 1F. And 1T. This is 1I. J. 1. Oh, hang on. 1K. L. And 1. I haven't done a description for following places, so I haven't done a description for the walkway here. Call it 1M, and then 1. Oh, I haven't described that room at all. Okay. Let's start alphabetically. Is this font big enough for you guys? It's cold out. It's not that cold here. I think it's like pretty mild. Yeah, no, it's almost in the 70s here. Yeah, can you guys read this? Okay, perfect. So like I said, this is a dungeon from an older empire. I have a little description of it here, so I'm gonna do... That's just general features. General features. walls of this dungeon are stone and covered with layers of moss and mold. Copper granulation and mildew give the dungeon a tangy, sharp scent. There's a distant hum in the earth beneath the adventurers' feet. Air is cold, but not stale. I would say, since there are sea caves here, the air is cold and briny. Briny? Briny. That's not the word I'm looking for. Briny. Oh, there's just 9E. Okay. I'm the DM for a campaign. He's still. Mwah. The walls of this dungeon are stone and covered in layers of moss and mold. Rubble, rubble and disrepair is common among its chambers. No human has walked these halls in many years. Copper granulation and mildew give the dungeon a tangy, sharp scent. There's a distant hum in the earth beneath the adventurer's feet. The air is cold and briny but not stale. The majority of the dungeon's chambers are pitch dark, with the exception of chambers that house machinery or fungi. Okay. Some background for the dungeon. Saedroth the Farsighted, once a spellbreaker of the empire that was in charge of this site during the fall of the empire. This location was used as a dowsing tower to hunt wizards before 0 SR, almost 600 years ago. The Soul Engine, in its lower levels, was powered with living mages. Saedroth's men were wiped out when the end came, but when his time came, he ignited the Soul Engine once more, and in the burst of death magic, was transformed into a Pact Daemon, which is, it is a Pathfinder monster. I can probably pull up a picture of it. Let me see. He is the big bad of this dungeon. Pathfinder, Pact Daemon. It's weird, I can't really get any pictures of it online. Someone made like a miniature of it, but... Oh, it's called a Venedemon. Here, I have a picture of it now. I'll just put it over here. This is what it looks like. So this is the big bad of the dungeon. Saedroth was transformed into a Pact Demon. Saedroth now toils on the machine, convinced that his masters are sending him instructions from beyond the veil, altering it in an attempt to tear, between this, I guess between instructions from beyond, convinced that his masters are sending him instructions from beyond, altering it in an attempt to tear between the veil, between I guess just what's available to me is fine. You understand what I mean. The party is exploring the dungeon and will be attacked on sight. I guess as the party is. As the party is exploring the dungeon, they will be attacked on sight by most inhabitants with the exception of the Grindylow, who will try to get them into the waters to drown them first, and Sadroth, who first considers their use as, and Sadroth, who considers their use as the first living tools he's seen in an age. Okay. That is the background for our dungeon. My players, for the first time I think ever, decided to enter the dungeon without needing a narrative reason. I told them there are many things they can find in this dungeon, and honestly I should probably write it here. Info before playing. Magical items, rare resources, and spell scrolls are not available for purchase in the cities, towns, or markets across the land. When they are brought to these places, they are done so with secrecy, or hold extreme value in silvers. The best path towards finding and acquiring magical items and treasure is by delving into dungeons. This is dangerous. But rewarding work. I need to remind my players that they can't just buy things, because they tend to just avoid dungeons entirely. I've put 3 dungeons in front of them that I planned and built, and they just decided, no, that's dangerous, we don't want to go in there. So I kind of have to hammer it in that this is the only place that they're going to be able to get this kind of stuff. Your tea is done. What kind of tea do you have? Let's hide this guy. It's kind of scary. Dungeons are fun. Alright, I wrote most of the first floor's rooms. Entrance hall. This dusty stone entranceway is covered by cobwebs. They're thick enough to brush against your face and cling to clothing. The hall descends into the dark, past an archway carved with curling, strange runes on its stone surface. Moss hangs and partially covers the runes, hiding a faint glow. Beyond the arch, housed in an alcove, is a carved statue of the Imperator, wearing hooded heavy armor and wielding a twin-headed flail and sword. Entrance arch. This archway was enchanted by an Imperial bond mage. It triggers when non-Imperial servants pass through. Without an Imperial servant announcing the true names of any non-Imperial servants, it triggers a firebolt, once per turn until deactivated, and controls the statue in the alcove. Imperator statue. The statue is on simple brass rails. An enchantment causes the statue to swing out of the alcove and block one of the passages, left or right, when the entrance arch detects an intruder heading those directions. statue shows a common depiction of the Imperator. He was the ruler of the empire it was. Heavily armored, agender, and wielding a twin-headed clown sword. It is made of stone. Treasure. And they found this treasure. There's a folded brass panel hidden behind the statue. When extended, it displays a hastily etched diagram of a checkerboard pathway. Clue for later puzzle. And actually, I have the puzzle down here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go. I need an up arrow. Arrows. Text. You got a chai latte? That sounds so yummy. Okay. Oop. 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 Oh. I'm not gonna remind them that they have this, but they basically have the answer to one of the puzzles in the dungeon already. I'm kind of hoping that they forget that they have it in on their person though. And when they get to the strange puzzle, they're not gonna remember that they had it. I'm not sure if I should. Should I print this out and hand it to them? Is that too obvious? Or do you think by the time they get there, they'll have forgotten again? You can hand a player a cupcake and they'll forget they even have it 10 minutes later? Okay, I'll hand it to them. The green is just, it's a very big green hall. I'll explain in a second. So they have a piece of brass panel that's etched with this. Star chart alcoves. These are 1B. They're the little diamond ones. These alcoves have domed ceilings of green marble. There are fractured veins that sparkle faintly like constellations. Circular grooves in the floor match these patterns. When stepped upon, the grooves thrum softly, and the ceiling resonates back. Standing in the exact center of the room causes a faint warmth. Though harmless now, these magical circles amplify divination magic. Margrave history. These may have been used to help the Dowsing Tower locate enemy wielders of magic. A nature check. The grooves correspond with the sky's stars. This is some sort of star chart. So that's 1B. There's one on either side of the entrance. The door to the north. I guess the pathway is blocked to the one on the right, so... North door. This door... I guess what kind of doors are they? Because they're not gonna be wooden, they would have rotted away. Should they be brass doors? You would have kept it as it was, with the same rune type as the path. That's what I had before, so this is what it looks like. Should I just give them this? The same rune is the path. Should I give them that instead of the obvious arrows? Just like that. I can turn it into a printout. I'll make it really big. Sir Copster is going to make blueberry tea, but that doesn't go with honey, so it's a green tea with ginger and honey tea. I have a lemon honey tea. Just cause I think I left a window open or something last night, and my voice is a little bit. because you say it's more fitting, being all old and stuff. They might have different texts. So, the folded brass panel is hidden behind the statue and extended displays a hastily etched diagram of a checkerboard pathway. I think that this was made by... Yeah, it wouldn't have been made by a ruins, like an adventure or anything, because no one's been in here. So it would have had to have been sketched by a monster or by a survivor trying to remember the path. Can I send a picture of my tarantula on our party? His name's Terry. Yeah, you can. You can send it there, or you can send it on Discord. I love spiders. I want a pet spider, but I want to do some traveling this year, so I don't think it's a good time to get a new spider. I had one. He was a jumping spider named Belmar, and he was my world. Alright, north door. There's a door to the north, and it's just gonna be ruined. So, this door... I also describe the doors. The doors in this room are large and brass. They have green granulation upon them from age. Aging in the burn here. They are not chiseled. You don't chisel brass. What do you do with brass? You is it etched? As a child, we were taught to like spiders due to their religious significance. Oh. You forge it. Yeah, but when you like make it might be etched. And there's a relief upon the door. I guess we can just do there have a relief. The doors each have reliefs on them. Not depict. What should it depict? The old empire is kind of based off of the bad guy from the Black Company. But it's also, a lot of the inspiration for it came from, which game is it? I don't know why my... Tyranny, which is a game by Obsidian. So it would be cool to have like a almost Art Deco depiction of the Emperador on the doors. Hi, Cerulean! Welcome in! The doors each have a relief from them that depict the... Trying to remember the word I used. I'm gonna have to open up a different Word document where I wrote this lore down. Seeing as this is an anti-mage building, maybe something like a large overbearing figure with open arms and shackled mages. That's exactly what I was considering. There's a name for the main mages that he enslaved. Let me see here. The 8 who were. First have reliefs on them that depict a large, imposing, hooded figure in armor. Standing above all spire. Up. Spire topped buildings. With 8 smaller figures shackled in chains around them. Then we'll do a Margrave lore. Margrave is the region that they're in. DC 20. This engraving. The style is engraving is designed in a similar style to what we would describe as Art Deco. Yeah, I have a little Kumo with me. This engraving depicts the Imperator and the 8 most powerful wizards they enslaved. First it would be wizard bond mages. They enslaved using onomancy. Magic of true names. These wizards are called the 8 who were. Okay. Oh, they're an interior decorator! Perfect. Now we can discuss the north door. This door is busting inwards. It's busting. The room beyond, whatever it was, has collapsed. And stones and rubble are barely held back by like bending glass. If an adventurer approaches the brass or touches it, it lets out a low... What is the sound that like bending metal makes? Groan? Low metallic groan. So many misspells. Make sure to put a cool dragon at the end. No, I feel a dragon would kill them. You want there to be a dragon? I feel like a dragon would kill them. We have this guy, and he might kill them. He's the big bad. I do like dragons. I just don't think this is the dungeon for it. It doesn't make sense in the dungeon ecology. A good dragon? There's no such thing as a good dragon! God, what? You need to stop playing 5th edition. Now, pseudo-dragon, I guess, is technically not a dragon. I will consider adding a dragon. I don't really want to add a dragon, though. You add the grandma who died falling down the stairs as an NPC. I really hope that's not a true story. Okay. Margrave history lore. These rooms, these chambers, may have been used to help the dowsing tower locate enemy wielders of magic. Nature DC 20. The grooves in this chamber correspond with the sky's stars. This is some sort of star chart. You can infer your location in the Margrave of this location by looking at the star chart. A pseudo-dragon is technically an anti-magic creature. If they bond with the person, they give them magical resistance. Wait, is that true? I don't remember that being a... Actually, wait, you're right. That is the thing. That's why our ranger had better saving throws in 2nd edition, huh? Okay, let me see. Archive of Nothus. Maybe our bad guy has a familiar that's a pseudo-dragon. Is that dragon enough for you? Pseudo-dragon. Okay, I may have to make up the stats for a pseudo-dragon in 2nd edition Pathfinder. I don't think they have pseudo-dragons. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to make them up unless someone else has. That's part of the problem running Pathfinder is there's all these very common mainstream monsters, but because Wizards of the Coast has copyrighted everything, you get like super protective over it. Okay, it's in 1st edition Pathfinder, so it has to be in 2nd edition, right? Baby dragon, no! Dang, it really isn't in 2nd edition. Okay, I'll just have to convert it from 1st. Do I still give the same ability? Pseudo-dragons are tiny cousins of true dragons. They're playful but shy. They vocalize in chirps. Carnivores. They can poison. I remember that. Is it 5th edition that pseudo-dragons give a resistance or 2nd edition? Magical resistance. You have advantage on saving throws. I see. Okay, we'll give him a pseudo-dragon familiar. Remind me of that when we get to him. I don't think I'll forget, but... Baldur's Gate was 2nd edition? Yes, I think so. We're gonna go to this room now. Muncie. Ruined Barracks Hall. This hall is lined with the ruins of old bed frames and wooden dividing walls. Pieces of broken wood jut like skeletal ribs from piles of debris and dust. I kind of want it to be brass dividing walls. Standing brass. I don't know if there's a special word for dividing walls. They're like the fancy ones that you can put in a room. It's 2nd edition old lore. They got rid of the cool stuff as the editions went on. Well, luckily for me, I have a bunch of 2nd edition books. I can just Google it. What is all of this for? It's for a Dungeons and Dragons game. I'll have a sip of tea. I'm not putting a wizard in there. Okay. Pieces of broken wood jet like skeletal ribs from piles of debris and dust. Line of sight is interrupted by those dividing walls that cling to life. A large pile of debris is stacked in the bottom left corner of this room. This is the home of a rust monster. Grooves in the walls and empty bolt holes hint that once there were fixtures in this room, at about torch height. If an adventurer plunges the room into darkness and peeks into one of those holes, you notice that sparks emit every so often, a few inches deep into the holes. Remnant wires the rust monster couldn't reach after consuming the metal arc lamps. The ground here is difficult terrain, but there is a +2 circumstantial bonus to stealth checks. So I already designed this room. It just has a rust monster in it, and it's difficult terrain. But a rust monster isn't just gonna attack the adventurers. It's only territorial if the party begin to touch its nest, from which it will emit a low chittering hiss. If able to, the rust monster will attempt to sneak past the eyes of adventurers and steal a worn item made of metal before scurrying back into its nest. In the nest, I have a non-metal treasure item for them. I haven't been in that room yet, but I'm very excited. He's been eating copper in there. He's been nobbing on copper. He's just like you. So this is the big green hall that you guys were curious about. This is the only other room they've been in so far. Great Hall. This large hall has a high ceiling with several long sun-doused chandeliers. Soot stains the stone overhead. The chandeliers hold shattered orbs of smoky glass. Some emit a faint static when touched. One chandelier has fallen upon the floor and shattered. The back of the hall is collapsed. In the shadows, 10 skeleton guards initially stand inert, but the bones reverberate with latent energies as the adventurers pass the precipice of the hall's entrance. If disturbed, their bones scatter like dry leaves caught in a Wait, that's not... I didn't have them do that at first. Hold on. If not destroyed. I have dots here because I have to finish the sentence. I mean, they've already been through this room. Basically, the skeletons spring to life and attack them as they enter the room, but after they kill a skeleton, the bones start to sort of reverberate on the ground and fly about like scattered leaves, and they have to destroy the remnants of the skeletons, otherwise it was gonna join together in a skeletal hulk. I didn't tell them that, but they kind of assumed when I told them that they were sort of magnetically flying towards each other. Like, as they killed a skeleton, I described the bones scurrying across the floor towards another one of the defeated skeletons and conjoining into a little pile. And they were like, oh no! They immediately caught on. But it was supposed to be a second phase of the fight, but they destroyed all of the skeletons before it could, turn into a skeletal Hulk. Does defeating them give them health? So, if they had, if they hadn't killed all of the skeletons, then for each skeleton they had killed before the skeletal Hulk, was put together, it would be minus 10 hit points total on that big skeleton Hulk. But they ended up not having to fight him, which kind of made me sad. Environmental hazards. Glass orbs can be thrown or shattered. They release a crackling shock, dealing minor lightning damage of 1d6. So that's the room that they ended in. They killed all of the skeletons, and before the skeletal Hulk could rise, they destroyed all of the bodies. Kumo, if I was a skeleton, I'd let you break my bones. Do I tell him? Chat, do I tell him? Does he know? Does he know? So, the rest of the dungeon, they're all rooms that the party has not entered yet. So we have to do some prep there and make sure they're okay. I have almost the entirety of the first floor written out, and then I have a rough draft of the second floor. So we're gonna have to do that today. Get cracking. His bones are my work. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'm gonna pee really quick before we hit the next room. You don't know? You don't know? You don't know? Hi, Mira. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. America, yeah! Hello! Hello! Where are we? Oh, yes, we're going to the causeway. That's this area here. The roar of water fills this chamber, echoing with thunder. Beneath the stone walkway, I'm gonna say the wet stone walkway, glimpses of copper turbines flash between white surges of water. Hanging over the rapids and running along their length, metal wires hum with energy. Occasionally, sparks dance across the wet stone as machinery makes contact with the turbulent flow. Above the waters at the end of the rapids, a small colony of 12 flash beetles hunt for food on the churning surface. Beyond them, there's a wide ledge in the cavern's wall, with a tall anthill-looking structure. A few holes decorate the stone exterior and the nearby wall. This wall runs south. This would be weird one. Northwest. Towards one higher and into the sea cove. Yeah. An arch. There's like a word for sea arches. I guess it's just through a sea arch. So it runs from here along here and into the big room over here. Is Twitch hang on taking a break for anyone else? I hope not. YouTube doesn't have ads, so they just have to deal with the ad screen coming up. Twitch has way more ads than YouTube. Okay, environmental hazards. Stone causeways are slippery. Acrobatics checks and dashing revolting requires a reflex saving throw versus DC 15. On a failed save, a character may slip and fall into the rapids. I was wondering, should I have it be they automatically fall towards the rapids? Or should it be like on a rule of 5 to 6 on a d6? Like, a character that fails their save is not prone. And must roll a d6. The result of a 5 or 6, they are sent over the causeway and into the rapids. At a stat requirement, characters below automatically fail, characters above can roll. Ooh, I like that. Okay. Character that fails their save is not prone. I must roll a d6. Character that fails their save is not prone. Characters with should be reflex or stat. I guess I would go with they have to roll a saving throw, and then if they fail, they'll be knocked prone, and there's a chance they drop off. Characters with a reflex. A Is reflex a full stat or is it just a bonus? Let me see if anyone updated their sheets. I have them put them in like a Google Drive. Now tell me what their stats are too. Here's one. Oh, okay. So it's like, it's not like a plus bonus. It's just their normal reflex. Okay. So this player has a reflex of 11. Let me see if all of the characters have about a 10. I'm still not used to like the number scaling in Pathfinder. This person has reflex 8. Reflex 7. Okay, yeah, we'll do anyone below a 10 has to roll a d6. Let's put on some different music. Where was I? Reflex saving throw DC 15. On a failed save, a character may slip and fall into the rapids. A character that fails their save is knocked prone. Characters with a reflex below 10 must roll a d6. On the result of a 5 or 6, they are sent over the causeway and into the rapids. It can be called a septum? Interesting. Arcana DC 25 on the rim. The turbines in the water below are generating kinetic power to provide additional energy to the enchantments upon this dungeon. This might power some sort of arcane machinery. Some of the kinetic power seems to be used for non-magical purposes. Crafting DC 20. It's gonna be crafting lore. The turbines below are generating kinetic energy that is being transferred into a faint electrical current via machinery somewhere in the dungeon. It is helping to power some sort of machines. Margrave history, lore DC 15. Though rare, it is said that the empire that was, especially in the capital, it is said that in the empire that was, especially in the capital, there were mechanical instruments that could create light from electrical currents, called arc lamps. And then the flash beetles. The flash beetles don't pay the adventurers much attention, but if they get too close, 2 flash beetles fly to meet the adventurers and hover 5 feet in front of them, trying to figure out if they are prey or predator. Cave fissure. Above the left causeway, a cave fissure has set up its filament trap, hoping to catch a stray rust monster or flash beetle. Players who make a DC 14 perception check notice the thin, wispy filament running to the ceiling in the hidden cave fissure. If players do not notice it, and they have to call for the check, they are likely to walk into the cave fissure's trap. And the cave fisher has been feeding off of the flash beetles. So in this room here, this room, there's these rapids that run this direction with machinery over them. And then in this room, because I'm hoping that they accidentally trigger a battle with one of the monsters in this room. They could go through the room without issue, but I'm kind of hoping for issue. I'm kind of hoping for issue. So then there are the rooms to the left and to the right. The one on the left, room 1F, is a damaged podium hall. This hall houses two strange podiums, each with a green gem at the top. It appears that there were once 3 podiums, but the third has been obliterated. Only a pulverized crater of marble and scattered stone shards remain. The rest of the room is bare, except for a long brass mural on the opposite wall that depicts I want it to depict towers, dowsing towers across the land of the Margrave. I guess land of the Empire. In profile view. Like what is it when you have a landscape that's in profile view? It's not an overhead, it's just a landscape. I think it would just be called a landscape, right? Across the landscape of the Empire. Do you see? It's gonna be a Arcana. DC 20. These podiums control these podiums are control nodes, is all I'll say. The ruined podium was destroyed from inside, not external damage. A burst obliterated the podium from the inside. And then we can do a nature check. Yeah, landscape I think is the one I was looking for. Nature check, DC 20. Actually, I want this to be more difficult. Your keen eye recognizes several geographic features upon landscape. By what is the word? Not geolocate. I comparing? Geographic. Triangulate, thank you. By triangulating the current tower you are in. Current dowsing tower. And the geographic features you recognize. We are able to pin not the precise location, but the general location of 3 other dowsing towers. And then we'll list them here. They have to be somewhere in the Empire, so let me check my map. Let's put one. Oh. I just got an idea. I just got a really good idea. Yeah, so the bad guy's base could have once been a dowsing tower. So it's in a location called Scrystone Quarry. Additionally, you infer the names of these towers and this tower from Imperial runes on the relief. So we're also gonna name the towers here. The music makes me think I should be worried about my schemes. No, 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 no. What should the towers be named, though? Tower A. Tower B. We'll put what's with the ominous music? I'm plotting, I'm scheming and plotting. No, they're not twins. No. find a good location on my map for this. This one doesn't make much sense. I could make it a past dungeon that they skipped. I'm plotting right now. Hold on, I'm plotting. I'm plotting. Let's go with... Yeah. And then Tower C. Spystone Quarry. Go with Haldenrath. Yes. I want to thank you for your lovely ASMRs, Kumo. Helped me sleep after long shifts at the hospital. I'm really happy that I can help you sleep. I promise to keep making stuff for you. You're my everything, big bro. Could name them after colors, we could just not give them names. Obsidian. Mwah. So you make yourself a burger? How are you gonna make a burger? Are you going to cook it yourself? It's kind of intense. Oh! No! Shut up, Siri! There's gotta be a way to shut her off. Shut up, Siri! Thank you for shutting up. Oh, Kumo. Luckily, I have location services off. You can turn it off in settings? What? Really? How? Hold on. Wait, I'm doing it right now. Safety save! Safety save! You're right! Safety save. Thank you. I don't want to lose all of my work again. How do I turn her off? There she is! Hello? Or unlocked? No. Talk to her. Off. I turned it off! I'm so smart! Yay! Let's try it. Hey Siri. Ha! Stupid mute bitch. Sorry. 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 Anyways. Yeah, unless you guys have a good names for these. I guess I'm just not gonna name them. Okay, podiums. These podiums control the copper turbines in the waters below. Copper. Activating the podiums by placing your hand upon the gem causes the gem to glow and thrum before the distant sound of scraping metal signifies the turbines have adjusted or stopped. Simply placing it and removing your hand will turn the turbines on or off. There are more complex maneuvers that can be on the surface of a podium, but they require a DC 25 crafting lore check. Name one of the towers, Siri? No. Alright, the hall across from IF is gonna be IG. We're gonna do IG now. Intact podium hall. Here, all three podiums stand whole, each drum pulsating in a slow rhythm reminiscent of a heartbeat. Touching one gem causes the others to flick in sympathy. Rubble and a cave-in blocks the path to the north. Should there be anything among the rubble? I have an idea. Among the rubble are small, dog-sized tunnels. These were made by scavenging rust monsters. A small-sized creature could crawl through these holes. And into the Great Hall of 1D. A little secret pathway into one of the rooms. Hello, Gran. Hello. Okay, so we're gonna skip this room, 1-0 for now. I'm gonna go to 1I. 1I, cliff overlooking the sea cove. The stone floor drops off into a dramatic cliff edge. Holes in the cavern wall allow thick columns of moonlight to pour into the cave, illuminating tidal pools below, churning with sea life. Sea anemones curl and unfurl like breathing lungs, and corals bloom clinging to the side of the cavern's shores like mildew and mold colonies. A partially decomposed whale carcass bobs gently in the shallows, attracting scavengers like crabs, eels, and occasionally larger crustaceans and fish. In the deeper waters, red kelp descends into the darkness like a forest. Beyond, above the waters, a wooden walkway has been haphazardly crafted to provide access to a portion of the dungeon across the cave. Adventurers get the sense that this wooden structure was built sometime after the Empire abandoned the structure. I need to figure out what crafted this. The area here, I plan on having a battle occur around the wooden pathway, because right here there's a gargoyle. There's a gargoyle that has defended this area since the Empire. So the gargoyle is gonna basically attack them while they're in this section of the dungeon. But I'm not sure what built the wood. It could have been an injured gargoyle that had its wing destroyed, or it could be something else. What do you think? It's not allowed to be a person because people haven't been in here for over 300 years. The song's just a tiny bit louder. Oh, I can turn it down a bit. It was probably the bass, yeah. You have your volume for YouTube and stuff pretty low, so you didn't notice? Okay, okay. What do you think? I could have one gargoyle with his wings intact, and then the other one has a damaged wing. Wooden structure like ramshackle, or is it with nails? It's made out of driftwood. I haven't written up the description yet, but driftwood. What'd you call it? It's like scaffolding. But like a wooden structure wouldn't be able to hold a gargoyle, would it? I feel like they're very, very heavy. So it has to be something else. The only thing that lives in this realm that's intelligent are Grindylow in the waters below. Unless we want to add another intelligent creature. Beavers! How are beavers gonna make such a tall structure? Strong wood could hold up a gargoyle? Trusses? What is a truss? Wait, what is a truss? Oh! Benefits of building with wood trusses. Timber trusses. Interesting. Maybe you're right. They're magical stones. Why not magical wood? Because the wood is from outside the dungeon. It's driftwood that's made its way in here via the water. She doesn't know. She doesn't know about trusses. She doesn't know about the trussy. It's pylon to the pagan beaver gods. I have a really cool book here called The Monsters Know What They're Doing. It's kind of 5th edition focused, but I did want to look at the gargoyle chapter to see if they had any ideas on how the battle should go. It's a good book. It's by this guy named Keith Amon, and there's a sequel too. They're really good. It says the gargoyle's on page 479. I really like knowing how the monsters should react in battle, rather than just having them be a big blob with hit points. Gargoyles. Okay. You haven't? It's really good. You might imagine... Alright, I'm gonna read from it. You might imagine gargoyles to be constructs, statues given life, or maybe monstrosities with stony-looking skin. But in 5th edition, bleh, they're elementals. Okay, well, they're golems in my game. Creatures of sentient stone. They aren't your typical earth creature elemental. They can fly speedily, and their alignment is chaotic evil, giving them a decidedly destructive and malevolent streak. Lurking amid stony ruins and along stark cliffs, they have no need for sustenance. They hunt and kill out of malice, and perhaps a desire to give other creatures' bodies back to the earth. Okay, mine is a little more limited in thought, I think. It's a golem. And it's basically gonna kill anything that's a trespasser. You'd assume gargoyles would have some sort of tripwire trap. Since they can fly and people have to walk the path. Sorry, Automod held you for trap because there was a time, like 2 years ago, where like people were coming in and using it like in a mean way at chatters and stuff. So, Automod held your message. I really have to fix that. They can fly and have people. I think basically what the flying one would do is he'd swoop by, lift someone up, and then just drop them. Drop them into the shallows so that they take fall damage. The power of a king and jack joint lets windows made of glass stand burdened by even brick. Oh. Sure, let's do it. That means it can't look ramshackle, though. Is that okay? It has to look odd and out of place, but it's not ramshackle. The structure's very well done. These gargoyles have, architectural lore as a skill. Though out of place and out of time. Structure is incredibly impressive. Even from afar. I'm not going to use the word haphazardly. Beyond, above the waters, a wooden walkway has been built to provide access to a portion of the dungeon across the cave. Adventurers get the sense that this wooden structure was built sometime after the Empire abandoned this structure. I'm going to say abandoned the dowsing tower. The wooden structure was built by the gargoyles, who were charged with defending the sea caves. After one of the gargoyles broke its wings in an earthquake that damaged the structures. I guess an earthquake that wooden structures built by the gargoyles who were charged with defending the sea caves after one of the gargoyles broke its wing. During an earthquake just over 100 years ago. A stone bridge collapsed into the sea cave. And one of the two gargoyles here was injured. He can no longer fly. So the duo built an impressive system of wooden scaffolding out of driftwood. It made its way into the caverns. Should I be 100 or 200 years old? 200 feels a lot more time for the driftwood to pile up. 100 feels like maybe they'd have enough time, but not quite. 200's a lot of time. Is this LibreOffice still? Yes, it is. It's LibreOffice. Okay, we'll go with 200 years. I feel like that's just over 200 years. It's not like the players are gonna know this unless they talk to the gargoyle, so. Just over 200 years ago, a stone bridge collapsed in the sea cave, and one of the two gargoyles here was injured. Got it. Alright, let's continue reading about gargoyles. Gargoyles are flying brutes with high strength and constitution, and no ranged attack. I feel like they could just throw bricks at you though, right? If I were a gargoyle, that's like the first thing I would do. Like on a cathedral, that's the first thing I would do. I'd just start throwing bricks at people. Although they lack any trait that allows them to avoid opportunity attacks, they do have resistance to physical damage from non-magical weapons, except those made of adamantine, allowing them to hold station in the air between turns, fly in to melee attack direct targets, then fly back in the air, out of reach of melee attacks. Their targets will get an opportunity attack against them, but these will usually only do half damage. Only fighters have opportunity attacks in Pathfinder. And there's only one fighter. Well, actually the captain might have one too. So 2 of my players will be able to opportunity attack them as they fly by. Although they lack proficiency in stealth, their false appearance trait allows them to disguise themselves as statues, gaining the element of surprise. I don't know if they have dark vision in Pathfinder. Let me check. Hopefully their stats aren't too different. They do. Okay, good. Yeah, it looks like a lot of their stats are the same. Their preferred time to attack is after nightfall. I wonder if we can get them to douse some of the party's items. Like grab the items or something. Like, the torches. Since they're territorial, they don't often get a choice in the matter. Gargoyles' cruel, malevolent nature drives them to attack the smallest and weakest targets first, although they won't back down if attacked by a stronger opponent. Okay. A gargoyle retreats, flies away, and uses the dash action when it's seriously wounded. They didn't say anything in here about, like, how they would attack, so I'm going to infer, rather than flying by and, like, striking with their claws, I feel like a gargoyle would pick up the weakest, smallest target and then just drop them. Allow gravity to deal most of the damage. Can you ready attacks in Pathfinder? Yes, you can. It takes 2 actions, but you can ready an attack. In Pathfinder, you have 3 actions instead of an action, bonus action, and movement. Yeah, they'll probably swoop. They'll probably swoop when they attack. How high up could they go? Well, we have to determine the height of this sea cavern. I want it to be high enough that it's gonna be an issue for them to try to scale it. Let's see. Fall damage, Pathfinder, 2E. I don't want the fall damage to kill them immediately, but I want it to deal quite a bit. If you fall more than 5 feet, when you land you take bludgeoning damage equal to half the distance you fell. Oh, that's very different. Treat falls longer than 1,500 feet as though they were 1,500 feet, or 750 damage. Okay. If I want them to take about 25 damage. 25 to 30 damage. It would be about 60 to 50 feet. How many more stories is that? $60 is between 4 and 6 stories. Yeah, that's good. I think that's a good height. 60 feet. The cliff edge is unstable. Small stones dislodge and fall with every footstep. As you near the edge. The drop is about a 60-foot plunge down into shallow waters. A story is about 10 feet? Okay. You can imagine gargoyles dropping large rocks on the players. I think that the ceiling is about... If we're like 60 feet... If we're 60 feet up... I think that the ceiling should be an additional 40 feet up. But that's 10 stories. How high is a 10-story building? That's pretty high. 10-story building. They are inside of a cliff. Let's see. Okay, I like the size. I like the size. It has to be quite the huge place, wouldn't it? And in darkness, no? Yeah, I think it should be like 30 feet tall. 30 feet above you. So let's do a 50-foot plunge down in the shallow waters. Above, high above, stalactites hang from the ceiling. About 30 feet above you. So the entirety, the height of this cavern is about 70 feet. But the water gets deeper as you move deeper into the cavern. So I would say at that edge, the ceiling is probably a little bit closer, and the ground drops out a little bit more. It's actually, wait, hold on, there's not full darkness here, because remember, we said that holes in the cavern wall allow thick columns of moonlight to pour into the cave. So it's dim light. Cavern is a mixture of dim light and darkness, depending on where shafts of moonlight pour in from above. It does imagine, I am imagining it to be quite picturesque now. It's gonna be a fun spot for a battle. Alright, next we have a puzzle room, which is up here. I do want to run to the bathroom though. I drink a lot of tea and I want to grab my matcha latte that I got. So I'm going to run another ad break. I'm sorry. I have a very small bladder. It's actually one of my top tags for the Twitch recap of 2025. It was small bladder. I'll be right back, okay? And then we can do the puzzle room. Mwah. Please don't shrink my bladder further. I saw that message. I saw that. I saw that! Is it cold where you guys are? Like I said, it's only just under 70 here. I do have on, like, a hoodie and jeans. It's freezing! Come cuddle! Oh god, wait. Wait. When I pulled my panties back up, they got all bunched. Hold on. Wait! It's like hugging my... Ugh. Okay, there we go. It's getting over 100? Oh, I'm sorry, Australians. Or should I say my fellow Australians? Someone at yesterday's stream thought I was Australian, and I like shattered their whole world when I told them I wasn't. Did you guys have cross chat? Wait, did someone ask someone in the Twitch chat from YouTube chat? You guys are learning to interact with each other. That's crazy. You're not? You're joking, right? You're joking, right? Do I come across Australian? What? Why do so many of you think I'm Australian? Is it because I hang out with Yozo and Vivi all the time? Silly. Okay. 2 days in a row. Maybe the assumption is spider is Australian. We have spiders in the Mojave, you know. Okay. We're now going to look at room 1J. Potentially my stream times? Do I stream at Australian times? If you think about it, Drow are basically fantasy Australians. They're from down under. I did not abuse the Australian. Should I just add the Australian tag to my stream? Is that illegal? I hear an Australian accent sometimes, or maybe I'm delusional. Are you sure you don't mean Austrian accent? I'm German! I don't have an Austrian accent, though. Any accent I had was like... Southernish, I guess. I can't really say the state that it is, but not really Austrian. You had rad scorpions and we do have rad scorpions in the Mojave, yes. Yes. A Mojave accent? Now imagine for a moment if I had a Mojave accent. Imagine, if you will, if I was the ghoul. I still stand by it. You very much have your state accent. Oh yeah, you know what German state I'm from. I don't think I have it too much anymore. I went through a lot of voice therapy a few years back. I'm toting my guns. My 6 shooters. Alright, the puzzle room. I think part of the reason why I sound very North American is because A, my grandma lived in the States, so I would visit her every summer. And then B, I did voice therapy while I was living here in America, so I also learned American English as a child, and that was my main language, even though I lived in Germany. The stone chamber gleams faintly. The floor has a checkerboard-like display of room-carved stones. That's this right here. So German you needed therapy? Pretty much. No, there was other voice stuff. Each rune-inscribed tile seems to glow or dim depending on the viewer's movement. 2 braziers flank the door, cold but still functional. On the far side of the chamber, across the checkerboard, a stairwell descends to a lower floor. Checkerboard stairwell descends to a lower floor. I think this is just extra stuff. I don't think this room needs. Oh, you know what would be really good environmental storytelling? The charred husk of a rust monster sits a few feet into the checkerboard. Its shell shows obvious signs of fire damage, of burns, of 3rd degree burns. Is there a higher degree than 3rd? There's American English. Are there other types of English? Most German schools teach British English. But I went to an international school that had a lot of American stuff and Americans, so I learned mostly American English, which also Cuddle Mama spoke. Is voice therapy hard or expensive? I'm insecure about my voice but never practice because I feel awkward about it. I think the hardest part is getting over the embarrassment. Once you're like, oh, I'm not embarrassed that I'm in voice therapy and that my voice isn't like, either it's not healthy right now, or my voice sounds weird right now, or you're like trying to get over like a psychological stutter or something. Once you get over like trying to like present yourself for others and just start focusing on how do I want to try to have my voice sound, then it becomes a lot easier. I moved from voice therapy directly into singing lessons, and that helped even more. So, I think there's a path for everyone for it. The charred husk of a rust monster sits a few feet into the checkerboard. Its carapace, I guess would be the word. Obvious signs of heavy burns. Do 4th degree burns count as higher? That's right? Right? Puzzle room hall. So there's a hall across this bridge. Across a stone. Ooh, wait. Stone bridge. This stone bridge once sturdy shows heavy cracks among its brickwork. past earthquake damaged the structural integrity of the bridge. If 2 or more characters, or a particularly heavy character, attempt to cross the bridge, roll 1d4. On a 4, the bridge collapses. Yeah, now we're talking. Yeah. I think a 4th degree burn is just cremation. They're just dust. Across the bridge, there is a hall that houses a mural depicting, this is gonna be a brass relief mural depicting imperial servants walking in a sneaking fashion across a checkerboard, flames rising around them. DC 20 insight. The figures walk forward once, to the left, then up 3 pieces, and right again, the same, identically to the left, identical to the left pieces. This is if they don't understand anything at all. I will probably not have to give them this information. And lastly, forward 2 paces. Perception is insight in Pathfinder 2e. It's a little confusing, but basically you're using the perception skill tree to use the action insight. The puzzle! Fire room puzzle. The runes on the floor are difficult to make out, like staring at something out of focus. Lighting the braziers in the room stabilizes the runes into the following symbols above. Following the matching this rune will provide safe passage to the adventurers. Fire traps. Incorrectly stepping on a tile causes them to erupt in cackling green flame and deal 3d6 fire damage per round until a player has left the rune. They should start at the start of a... Hold on. Incorrectly summon tile causes them to erupt in cackling flame and deal 3d6 damage per round. Plus 1 round. Until the player has left the room. So it keeps going 1 round after a player has left it. And if someone tries to run through all of them, let's say if a character tries to dash across the trap, they take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all 5 fire. All 5 runes fire damage at once for 15d6 fire damage. What's the average of 15d6? You wouldn't know if that meant it keeps going until a player's left it, or if fire stays on you and you take another 3d6 damage next turn too. Okay, I can rewrite it. They deal 3d6 fire damage per round until a player has left the rune. The fires, I guess the trap then stops after another round. The trap then deactivates after another round. But the trap's damage... Yeah, this is confusing. What is the opposite of ignite? Doff? No, It reminds me of the avalanche. That avalanche was fun. Extinguish. The trap then extinguishes after another round. That makes more sense. Okay. Incorrectly stepping on a tile causes them to erupt in crackling green flame and deal 3d6 fire damage per round until a player has left the rune. The trap then extinguishes after another round. If a character tries to dash across the trap, they take all 5 runes fire damage at once for 15d6 fire damage and are on fire. Taking 1d6 damage until doused. Perfect! I think that's enough fire damage. Oh yeah, it's a magical fire, you're right. Magical fire damage. That's important because there can be a difference. Alright. I think that's good for that room. Let's move on to the next one. It's 1k. This up here, I think I'm actually not gonna have a... Oh, you can't see it on yours. This hallway here, I had it closed off, but I think I'm not gonna have it closed off. We're now gonna move to 1k. Can an item set off the traps? That's a good question. Because it's not a kinetic force setting off the trap, it's a human stepping on top of it, I'm gonna say no. Items or poles, because my players learned about the benefits of a 10-foot pole from my... After I played as a player character and I did a dungeon and one of their games like Dungeon Mastered, I brought a 10-foot pole with me and I used it very, very well, as a 2nd edition player would. And now they're all like, do we have our collapsible 10-foot pole? Before they enter the dungeon, they're all like, yep, we have it! Items are poles. Any sort of pressure will not set off the traps. The runes ignite after sensing a living creature above them. This sense will not pass through 3 inches of a solid object. So they could technically throw down heavy items like rocks and jump across them to solve the puzzle. If they don't figure out the successful way to walk across it. A friend of mine had a ladder in this spatial sack thingy. The handy haversack, you just pull a ladder out of it. 10-foot pole is game changing. 10-foot poles were so powerful in 2nd edition that sometimes you had to bring an 11-foot pole because modules would be written with the 10-foot pole in mind so that you could just not reach them. So you had to bring an 11-foot pole. Okay, room 1K. At the center of this room, I'm gonna say this chamber, is a large brass instrument rising like a tower out of the floor. This room is tall and cylindrical. Let's see here. Do I have a room underneath this room? I do. So it's gonna have to be at its height. It can be 70 feet. About 70 feet from floor to ceiling. A platform stretches out about 30 feet. I'm gonna say 40 feet above the floor. Housing core of this strange machine. Okay, at the center of this chamber is a large brass instrument rising like a tower out of the floor. This room is tall and cylindrical, about 70 feet from floor to ceiling. A platform stretches out about 40 feet above the floor, housing the core of this strange machine. Above the instrument, hundreds of bells and chimes dangle alongside paper talismans. The peak of the instrument is glittering with green geodes and arc bulbs. Arc lamps. One cannot tell if the geodes are natural or formed upon the surface. I guess are man-crafted or formed upon the surface of the instrument. A stairwell descends from the, we're gonna call it the Western Hall. To the platform, and then down to the floor. Of this chamber. Along the north wall. The brass machine. This towering structure is made of brass plated this sentence is already messed up. What is the background music? It sounds so familiar. the last song was The Endless Paths from Pillars of Eternity, and the song before that was What the Goddess of Death Has Touched from Pillars of Eternity 2. Kumo, what do you think of running a chat through a dungeon? We could vote for choices like a choose your own adventure, maybe an old one that your players skipped. I would love to do that! Oh, we could make a party and you guys could each sort of join a faction that controls a character. Like, we could make 4 characters, or 3 characters would probably be easier. And you guys each choose which one that you want to join in puppeting. That could be cool! That sounds like a lot of fun. Let's do that sometime. I read a lot of choose your own adventure books, which my one of my favorite illustrators. They're not just an illustrator, but they're also a writer, and they make choose your own adventure books in Japanese. They're really cool. We could do something really similar to that and use 5th edition as the base. That's actually a really good idea. That's awesome. We'll do that. We're definitely gonna do that. I'll have to prepare it and prepare some art and stuff. You really should practice your dungeon and map making. You struggle a lot on where to start. I always feel bad for my players when I don't have a proper map for them. This map I started... Where did I start? I knew I wanted a cove. So I kind of made a big blob of a cove in the corner first. And then I decided the cove needs to be something deeper in the dungeon, so I just put the entrance on the far side. And then I started to work from there. But if you just plot where stuff is, like, you can start with something really, really simple. Like, you could even roll dice and then be like, hold on. I want an entrance. So the entrance will be here. And then I know that I want a few encounters immediately. So there's some sort of room here. And maybe that room has 2 or 3 paths. Preferably 2, I think. And one path maybe has a puzzle. So we'll have a room here that's a puzzle. And the other room has some sort of lore. So it's kind of just a social room. And I know that halfway through the dungeon there's like a glade. And that glade can sort of run through it. Like this. And maybe there's a secret room somewhere off of the glade. And then once you have this like very, very these simple shapes done out, you can be like, okay, the entrance is a cave mouth or something, and you can start to fill in the shapes and stuff. And as you're filling the shapes, you might come up with ideas. You might be like, oh, up here there could be like a ledge where some animal has been nesting. I think as soon as you just start jotting stuff down, you'll be able to move from idea to idea pretty quickly. Yeah. You could even, by rolling dice, you could say like, if I roll a 1, let's restart this. Let's say you roll some dice, 5d6. We rolled a 1 and it landed over here, a 3, 4, and a 2. You could use these numbers as the size of the room. So 1 is a small sized room. 3 is kind of medium sized. And there's another medium sized room here. And then a semi-small room here. And 4 is the big room. And then you just connect them you say, oh, there's a cavern here, a cavern tunnel here, and then there's a short tunnel here. But these two rooms are connected because the dice landed kind of close together, along with this one. And then you can just build a dungeon that way too. Yeah. They make dice that have procedural dungeons on them. I own a pair. I don't know where they are, but let me see if I can pull up a picture. There are, of course, like programs and stuff that you can use online, but oh, these are the ones I have. Let me save them. I'm gonna show you. I found these super useful. So you roll them, and then you can just put them next to each other. So if you really have a hard time coming up with dungeon ideas, you can just buy a couple sets of these, and then roll them. I think they're pretty neat. Okay, this brass machine. So this dungeon used to be used as a dowsing tower. It used to find enemy wizards of the Empire. This machine in this tall room, I think, is going to store... I almost want to call it like a battery. I don't really have a better idea for it. Towering structures made of brass. Strange churning machinery. Revolving around a pylon. I guess a metal pillar. This towering structure is made of strange churning machinery revolving around a metal pillar and protected by a copper and brass plated cage. It hums, and occasionally sparks fly off of the machine. In, let's see here, Sadroth. In Sadroth's blind ambition, this machine has been left to age. And though it still works, it is dangerous to go near. Every round, within 20 feet of the machine, there is a 1 in 6 chance a lightning bolt of 1d8 damage, lightning damage, strikes a random creature. This machine this machine stores energy left over, and the consumption of living. I guess there's the consumption of souls. That is a byproduct of the soul engine on the second floor. Mimir, good night. I wonder if there's anything that we can have this do, or if it does just act as a battery. They could obviously turn it off. Turning off or destroying the machine causes a burst of ethereal energy. And fills the room with mist. 3. I want to say shades is the right undead, but I'm gonna double check. 3 shades escape the machine and to begin attacking any living creatures nearby. I think shade is the correct monster I'm thinking of. It has to be an undead ghost that does not really have its soul intact. A shadow. As opposed to a shadow. A mysterious undead known as shadows. They lurk in dark places and feed on those who stray too far from the light. The whole thing is steal shadow, though. I don't think we want to do that ability. I don't think we want to steal shadow. She's having fun in Japan right now. Is there a way to avoid the lightning bolt from striking randomly? We could have that be a DC, a tinkering check. DC 20 tinker. Or what is it called? A craft. I'm using the machine's what is it when it's a module that controls a control module? Control module. I don't really have a better name for that. Are there good synonyms for control module? Using the machine's control module to lower the powers. Oh, wait! 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 The machine is being fed too much kinetic power. By lowering the amount of kinetic energy, you may be able to, when something is calmed, you may be able to, steady the machine. I don't know what word I'm looking for there, but players may not infer this, but by adjusting the turbines Yeah, in the canal, they can lower the energy driven into this machine. Yeah! Love when stuff fits together like that. Yes, yes. Hi! Hi, Hana. There's an, study's not the word I'm looking for, though. Study synonyms. Balance, stabilize. When the machine is stable, it will no longer shoot off lightning bolts. Yeah! No, I'm not looking for that word, Hana. So they can stop the lightning bolts from occurring by either destroying the machine or going into the canal room and slowing the turbines in the canal room. And in which case, I think we should make this do 2d8 lightning damage, so it's a little bit more important to figure out. Especially since they're level 4. They have a lot of hit points. And 2d8 would be 2 to 16 damage. 3d6 would be 3 to 18 damage. Let's go with 3d6, in fact. The machine stores the energy left over from the consumption of souls that is a byproduct of the soul engine on the second floor. Turning off or destroying the machine causes a burst of ethereal energy and fills the room with mist. 3 shades escape the machine and begin attacking any living creature. Are they called shades? I could use the Archive of Nethys and check for undead creatures. Editing suggestion failed! Sorry. Let's see. Show filters. Creature traits. I wish that one of the things I really wish they had in the Archive of Nethys is to show me creatures that are insects and creatures that have flying as a trait. I don't think that's a trait. Okay, there's a ghost trait, so let's check this. Ancestral Echo. A Banshee. Banshees are CR17. Let's not use a Banshee. Is there a way to circumvent the lightning bolt by making it attract to something metallic, or does it always strike randomly? Ooh. That's a good point. There's a 1 in 6 chance lightning bolt of 3d6 damage strikes. It's, you know what, I'm gonna say that it is attracted to the fact that they are living creatures, because it's reacting to soul essence. It only strikes living creatures. That would be really cool if it was just a normal, like machine. Like, someone going in with plate armor might be more likely to be struck. But I think because it's a soul sort of machine, it's just reaching out towards mortal creatures. Let's see. Ghostly mob, ghostly guard, ghost pirate, ghost monk, ghost mage, ghost commoner. No. Soul swarm. DC 13, no. A vengeful shade, no. None of these seem to be. Yeah, none of those seem to be what I want. So not ghost. Let's go with necromancy? Proto-soul. CR11. No. There's way too many traits. Construct, demon, vampire. Amphibious, android, angel, arcane. Is there not just one that says undead? Oh, there is! Okay, undead. Echo again. Arboreal snack, no. Sorry, I'm just looking through. I'm looking through a list of creatures right now. Undead chimpanzee, what the heck? What the hell? Thank you, Sun Pam. Does it make people angry or upset them, by the way? The machine? I don't think so. Oh, what is this? A corpse light. Oh. A will-o-wisp that starves to death might rise as a cold blue glowing sphere of spongy wetness. A corpse light. A corpse light instinctively seeks out a host corpse to dwell within, as its physical form quickly deteriorates, if not hidden within a dead creature. I kind of like this. Okay, their abilities are melee, claim corpse. That's cool. Maybe we should have a dead body in the room too. Alright, so it would 3 corpse lights we'll go with. There's CR2. Corpse lights, and then in parentheses I'll put starved will-o-wisps. And actually, we should say that they can see will-o-wisps inside the machine, because one of the player's gods cares about will-o-wisps, so that might give him a reason to care about this machine. Within the machine, several lights swirl. Several ghostly lights swirl among the machinery. I'm gonna go with a DC. The spiritualism is the check. Occultism. DC 15 occultism. Or religion. The lights inside this machine are will-o-wisps. That's cool. So it's a double undead? It's a double undead, and I'm debating! Mm-hmm. Crazy setup. Let's do some treasure in this room. Among the bells, the mundane bells and talismans hanging from the ceiling. Let's have a magical bell. I did mention them, right? Towering structures made of turning machinery revolving around a metal pillar and protected by copper and brass plated cage. It hums occasionally with sparks. It's been left to age. Lightning bolt lights inside. The machine is powered by kinetic energy. Stores energy left over from the consumption of souls. That's a byproduct of the soul engine. Turning off or destroying the machine causes the little wisps to escape. Where did the portion about... Oh, it's here! Above the instrument, hundreds of bells and chimes dangle alongside paper talismans. Treasure! Among the mundane bells and talismans hanging from the ceiling, there are some that have not wilted or rusted with age. Looks like going in that room could be a pretty shocking experience. Hannah! Antics! Good night, honey. Please get lots of good rest. So we will do some magical items. I wonder if there are magical bells in Pathfinder we can use. We want... items. Level... -2 to level 10. Phantom bells. The echo of diabolic bells reverberates with a bone-shaking clamor. That's a hazard. Kotodama bells. No. Silent bell. Oh. I kind of like this one. This large hand bow is made from cast bronze and has a wooden handle. I guess we wouldn't have it have a wooden handle, but the outside of the bell is covered in fine etchings, showing a group of varied people sitting around a table with clouds obscuring anyone in the background. The clapper is curiously absent from this bell, and when idly run, it produces no audible sound. Activate. Once per day, the silent bell creates an invisible wall surrounding a cube at 20 feet to one side that prevents sound from passing into or from the cube for 10 minutes. The wall isn't solid and doesn't prevent anything but sound passing through. Since the cube is invisible, creatures can still read lips and see body language through the wall. I like this bell. That's cool. So maybe the silent bell. It is a 9th level item though. It's a little scary. How about some of the talismans being of valuable metal? Ooh, some of the bells and talismans are made of valuable metal. I like that idea. Throw me some metals. Invisible mime cube? Yes. silver, gold. Have you killed one of your players already? No, they've actually survived quite a lot. I've physically scarred some of their characters, but I have not yet killed one. I've killed 2 NPCs that they brought along with them, though. Oh, there's a type of item that. Oh, what is it called? Character creation, classes. The Thaumaturge uses them. They're called implements? No, it's like small magical items that are one use. I'm trying to remember what they're called. Talismans? Is that what they're called? Consumable. Talismans. Yeah, we can actually include some actual talismans among the the talismans. Here, let me write down a list of them. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, too. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then we'll write down a list of them. Does Dungeons and Dragons have fighting mechanics while crawling? Yeah, you would just be prone. But we're playing Pathfinder, so I'm not sure if Pathfinder has the same mechanic. Okay, I'll be right back. I have to pee a lot. I'm sorry. We're thinking of making a dungeon more annoying by giving your crawl spaces where you can only crawl and then drop enemies on them. It's okay to make something like annoying and a slog, but only if there's a way to solve the slog. I think making a slog in a dungeon for slog's sake is only gonna frustrate your players and make them not want to go in dungeons. So maybe there's a way that the characters can turn that situation around. But they have to like really solve it. And when they solve it, they'll be like, aha! That's what we needed to do. Yeah. I don't mind killing them in the process. But if there is... I don't mind killing one or two of them in the process. But I'd like them to be like, oh, that's how we do it at the end. Okay, let's see. There are a few items here. Fear Gem Talisman. I think that would probably fit the room. Along with golden branding iron. This talisman is a gold-plated brand. It can be affixed to a ranged weapon stock. When you activate the golden branding iron, you mark the target with your magical sigil. As long as the location is visible to you, the mark is only visible to you and your allies. The mark can be scrubbed or scraped off in 5 minutes. What does it do? Oh, it just marks a target. Okay, I don't think I like that one. Copper penny. When you activate it, you suddenly can't be knocked prone again. Ghostbane Fulu. This white paper Fulu. Oh, like, wait. Like on a Yangtze, right? Yeah, Fulu! That's exactly what I want over the... Perfect. Okay, what does it do? What does it do, though? This white paper Fulu bears red ink and attunes the weapon to the spiritual essence of an incorporeal creature. Upon activated, the weapon gains the benefit of Ghost Touch property rune against the triggering incorporeal creature for 1 minute. This is perfect. Let's put a few of these up there. Ghostbane Fulu. I wonder if there's any other Fulu. Puracha Fulu. Folklore from the near forest of spirits tells the origin of the Puracha Fulu. This is from, this is from Treasure Vaults. There's a few from the Shanxi, book. It's like a setting book for Pathfinder that's like Asian mythology. And I really kind of want to get it. Seems like it has a lot of really fun stuff. Your tabletop role-playing experience is quite limited, since the only group I ever played with constantly wanted new campaigns after session 1. Oh no, that's so sad. I've run 2 campaigns from beginning to finish, and they took several years. Gold coin and mimic is OP. I want to put a mimic somewhere in here, but I'm not sure where. An inventor's Fulu. Some inventors in Tianxi put fried snacks near their inventions, a charm to make the devices behave as intended. The practice rubbed off on other inventors who placed Replace the food with a drawing on an inventor's Fulu. When you activate the Fulu, your critical failure becomes a failure, and you can spend just 1 minute to return your innovation to full functionality. That's good for a machine. We'll do Ghostbane Fulu, a Silent Bell, and the Inventor Fulu. These are one use, so they burn and crumple up after they've been used. I think we should put 4 Ghostbane Fulu and 2 Inventors Fulu in there, along with the bell. That should be enough magical items hanging from the ceiling. Corpse might be a mimic. Ooh. Healing potion mimic? Shouldn't there be a burnt corpse near the machine, indicating the danger of the machine beforehand? Yes, but it can't be a human, because humans haven't been in here for a while. So it has to be something non-human. We used a rust monster for the other room. We could use a what were they? Glow flash beetle. We could use a flash beetle for this room if we wanted. Or some other type of creature. A burnt corpse mimic? No! No! Within 10 feet of the machine. Platform. The singed. There are carapaces lying about. And at least 2 recently singed flash beetles. They've been attracted to it like moths. The scene almost looks like a bunch of dead flies around a, what are the insect repellent things called? The things that kill moths? I think that's pretty obvious. This thing attacks people. Kind of a hint. See, it almost looks like a bunch of dead flies around a what is that called? An insect killer? Zapping insect bite. A bug zapper. A massive bug zapper. Got it. Okay. And there's some treasure. Among the talismans. Among the non-magical talismans. Non-magical talismans are 1 silent bell, item level 9, 4 ghostbane fulus, and 2 inventor's fulus. Additionally, some of the talismans and bells are made of precious materials, including silver, gold, and I don't know, what's a good ore? Adamantium? just type in ingot and we'll see what comes up. Tin, gold, copper, sister stone, warp glass. Ooh. In bricks. Nicole. I think we'll go with Nicole. Which has resistance to necrotic damage. These precious alloys are about, and we'll say 2,575 silver worth. Oh, platinum's a good one too. Silver, gold, platinum, and Nicole. Thank you, Milkbox. The DM's a false Hydra. Scary. Do we have any other treasure in this room? Healing item? Maybe. I think one of the control rods in the machine is a rod of sovereign steel, which is a type of ingot in Pathfinder that has anti-magic capability. It's not an actual magical item, but it is a precious ore. It's dark low fantasy. Skeleton trooper with tactics, or zombie. He must reanimate himself. Oh, like an enemy in this room? I don't know, they've already fought skeletons here. I don't want to overwhelm them with undead. I think that this itself, I'll just say DC 14 crafting lore check. And then we'll sovereign steel. I'm gonna copy this from the Pathfinder book. This unique alloy of cold iron and sky metal nickel can provide protection from magical assault. Though, in its current form, the rod doesn't do anything. It may be used to create some sort of other object by a keen inventor. We have an inventor in the party, so sometimes that means treasure items are literally just items made of some sort of interesting material. It doesn't have to be something like, oh, the rod does this ability. The inventor will probably figure out some crazy little thing that they can make with it. It should say evil healing potion with a really mean face to indicate the darkness of the world. Yeah, there's an alchemist lab, and half of the potions are just normal healing potions, but there's a batch of potions that like smell bad, and there's a big sign that says, "Do not drink." All right, we're gonna move into the next room. Connected to the brass instrument tower. We're moving into this room now. Brass instrument tower. 1K. This chamber. Well, connected to the brass instrument tower by the stairwell, stone stairwell, with lit but flickering arc lamps on the wall. This chamber hosts its own strange machine. A brass and crystal contraption. Is at the center of the chamber. There are... I have to reword this. Circular grooves on the floor of this cream stone room. And spherical grooves along the walls. At first glance, those adventurers with a educated background didn't score 15 plus recognize this room as some sort of planetarium. The planetarium slowly spins about the rim, whirling with energy. Planetarium. Planetarium hosts several orbs that spin slowly on brass rods round a large crystal ball. Kumo, wanna add an arachna or drock to your monster roster? What is a drock? Drock. Oh, it's a dark elf thing? Small spider. Big creative. The amount of interesting stuff we've packed in this dungeon, the world building and political intrigue, makes me realize how creatively bankrupt I am in making this stuff with my game. No, you're not. No! No, I have, do not feel bad. I have a master's in narrative design. I went to school for this, so... Don't worry. Don't worry. Do not worry. Is Pluto one of the planets? No, definitely not. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that you're way better at than I am. I don't think there's gonna be a drider in here, but I might put a spider in because spiders are my favorite. My players are probably gonna ask about the planets. I don't know anything about the planets. I don't know anything about the planets in my setting. I know that this planet has 2 moons. So we'll say nature DC 15. You recognize one of the orbs with 2 smaller orbs orbiting it as our planet, our world. Nature DC 20. You recognize. I guess we're gonna invent a planet right now. Fuck. You recognize the planet farther from the sun, from our world. We need to name it. Along with a belt of smaller orbs beyond it. You don't know what it is. Mind, it's a sphere, but well, I think a lot of people in the medieval ages, and my setting is low fantasy, but it's set like late 1600s equivalent. A lot of people knew back then, more than we expect, that the world was orbital. Especially if we're looking at Roman, like, the equivalent of this dungeon is a bunch of late 1600 dudes going into a Roman building that was sealed for several hundred years. So, the Romans obviously knew. False Hydra, say. Yeah, we need a good name for it, though. I wonder if there are any old... I wonder what the pagan name for Mars was. Like, the Germanic pagan name. It was Nergal in Babylonian mythology. Ooh! Tew in Old English, West Germanic. The pagan name for Mars is Tew, or Tyr. Ah, the god of war Tyr. Nergal. Mesopotamian god worshipped for all periods of Mesopotamian history. I kind of like naming it Nergal. I wonder, is there a different... If I look up the pronunciation and spelling of Nergal. Nergal. Is Nergal in D&D lores? Yeah, it's from Forgotten Realms, huh? I don't... Planeta Rubraca. Why not clear the planet's name in Latin, the Red Planet? Maybe you can make it annoying rambles whoever set this up. Allude to the idea of there being more planets with actually giving more lore. I think that I'm just gonna include this one extra planet, which I do want to name Nurgle now. Did you make it 1600s just so you could have guns? Guns have been, I think, the first one. Black powder weapons have been around for forever. A lot more so than fantasy games like to pretend. Like, cannons have been around since like the 1200s. So like, yeah, they've been around for forever. Plate mail, one of the things that drove the modernization of plate mail was guns. Yeah. Fire lances are like the earliest contraption, and they're from like 1000s era China. Recognize the planet farther from the sun. Farther from the sun than our world. Nurgle. Lore drop! Along with the belt, smaller orbs beyond it. Yeah, that's good. Crystal ball. Flashes haphazardly. Sometimes almost as though almost depicting landscapes. Before your eyes. Arcana DC 15. This is a crystal ball. Literally. I don't know if it's called like a scrying orb or scrying. Yeah, no, it's just called a crystal ball. On distant locations. Does it show HBL? It might. Arcana DC 20. It's a magic crystal ball. Whoa. Let's see. Crystal ball. Oh, there's different levels of crystal balls. They're made of different materials depending on the level. This one's gonna be a moonstone crystal ball. Arcana, Lore, DC 20. This crystal ball is made out of moonstone and additionally grants the following benefits. It additionally grants the benefit of mind reading on its target. That's powerful. So, since this is a very powerful item, I don't want the party to, like, dislodge it. So we have to make it massive. It has to be massive. Like, I'm talking maybe like 3 feet diameter? Or, this is LibreOffice, right? Yes, I have been saving every moment I turn to talk to you. Touch the crystal ball and you evolved Umbreon or Clefable. Maybe put it on a podium and make it look fancy. So it's at the center of a planetarium. It is the sun in the planetarium. It rests at the center of the planetarium, representing the sun. The orb is mounted to the brass structure. And is about, I'm gonna say 5 feet in diameter. Cerulean, have a good day, okay? It was really nice to have you here. It is nigh impossible. DC 30 athletics. I'm gonna say 35 athletics. To lift the orb. How much punishment can the ball take? That is we can have that discussion on a separate, more mature website. They can still use it in here. You have to attune to I'm trying to remember if there's a tuning in Pathfinder. Investment, yeah. You don't have to invest in a crystal ball, it looks like. This polished crystal sphere enhances scrying magic. Any visual information received through a spell with the scrying trait that was cast by the crystal ball appears within the sphere, and auditory information sounds out from the surface. When you cast a spell with the scrying trait by any other means while holding the sphere, you can relay information you receive in the same way. The base version of the crystal ball is a sphere of clear quartz. Activate 1 minute. Frequency once per hour. Okay, so you can do clairvoyance once per hour and then scrying twice per day. Got it. Okay, that should be limited enough. It's a smartphone crystal ball, maybe. If you need ideas, holler out. I will. I will ask for just one very soon, I think. Okay. I think that's probably enough for this room. Except for the fact that this is the room that the gargoyles are outside of. Exterior ledge. The southern path out of the orrery used to be a stone bridge. But it has collapsed into a sea cave below. Along with the western side of the ledge. Side of the balcony. This is where the gargoyles were caught in the earthquake. Two gargoyles, or two statues, gargoyles, actually two gargoyles, flank the entrance into the orrery. They have bulldog like faces with horns and sharp teeth. Their bodies are similar to gorillas, with large, folded bat wings. One of the gargoyles. Do you want me to name the gargoyles? They have to be names that make sense, though. You can't just name them Tim and John. One of the gargoyles has damaged wings. You were about to say Kevin! No! Gortash and Kova? Aren't those characters from, Baldur's Gate? I'm gonna add a bridge there. First gargoyle Gar, second gargoyle Goyle. Galmesh the Broken and Larry. I like Galmesh. Galmesh and Gormind, Gorgoth, Gormoth. Rip and tear. Rip and tear. Do your players know VTubers? I thought they didn't, and I named one of the bad guy wizards Filion, and then one of them went, "Oh, Filion, like the VTuber," and I immediately regretted my decision. Don't tell Filion I named an evil wizard after her! Gorgoroth. Galmash and Gorgoroth, I like that. These gargoyles were created by Imperial bond mages we're charged with defending this. Defending the dowsing tower from the sea caves. 200 years ago, Galmash was damaged in an earthquake. They have limited social capabilities and are almost entirely one-minded in their mission to kill intruders, non-imperial intruders. She would love being an evil wizard. She can do backflips, yes! Oh. Okay, Galmash and Gorgoroth. Gargoyles have we're gonna do tactics. The gargoyles wait for the party. Wait for the party to be out in the open. Preferably on their scaffold bridges. Before striking. They attack swiftly and under darkness. Galmash attempts to block escape, and Gorgoroth runs flybys, attempting to lift, grab, lift, and drop. How can they tell who's an Imperial? They're magical creatures, so I assume that they can magically infer when someone is a citizen of the old Empire, which there will not be any, because that empire died off 500 years ago. So. Gargoyle first with physical resistance and second is magical resistance. Why not? I imagine the evil wizard Filion dying by your players in the last actions are a backflip from the tower, never to be seen again. Well, you've defeated me. Backflips off the tower. You hear their mom yelling at them in the background through the scrying orb. Interesting. In Pathfinder, a gargoyle that stays on a temple can become sanctified and deal holy damage. That's cool. That's kind of a real... I like that feature. Alright. Across the way, down here, there is a ruined tower structure. We're gonna fill that one out now. Do need to run to the bathroom, though. I've been drinking. I've had 2 teas and a latte now. So please forgive me for all of the bathroom breaks that I take. We'll do that area, and then we have 2 areas that I have not written. And then we can move to the second floor. I'll be right back. Let's change the music back to the fun dungeon meshy music. What if the mimics were the friends you made along the way? You're right, chat. You're right. Anyways, Human Fighter, can you hand me your player character sheet? Apparently you've been a mimic the entire campaign. Roll initiative, the rest of you! I got one of my Picari sets, which someone very, very kindly gifted me on their own. Waterfall spell! Ooh! Alright. So, the gargoyles are across the bridge over here. But we're not going to be doing this area. This is a ruined tower. This remnant of a tower is mostly rubble and stone. All I put for a note was some ghosts dwell here. Should we keep a ghost over here, or should we have something more interesting? This is entirely up to you guys. I'm mostly gonna take notes from you, but if I think something doesn't match the setting, then I will inform you. 10 out of 10 Ram done! Haunted! Ram's haunted! You can't give many ideas. Okay, okay. Something that wants to be alone, pretending the place is haunted. Oh, like a Nothek or something? Yeah, like a potential ally? Okay. What kind of monster would that be? There's this one thing in Pathfinder called not myconids. They're like little plant people. I forget what they're called. But they can look like little mushrooms. Maybe there's a little mushroom who has a little garden over here. A Leshy! Yeah, here, let me pull up a picture of Leshies. It has to be something that lives alone. Because it can't be a kobold or something. That wouldn't make much sense. Here. This is like one of the general Leshy images. But they come as like little mushroom people too. A Leshy or a Nothek would work. How about a Kumo? No. A Nothek would make sense considering how they're made. Let me look up the Nothek lore. Nothek. Are Notheks in Pathfinder or no? This next image is what a Nothek looks like. And that's what a Nothek looks like. A Nothek is a medium aberration. Where is it? I just had a description of it. A medium aberration is a weird intelligence that uses its horrific gaze to rot flesh and can probe minds for secrets. A baleful eye peels out from the darkness, its gleam hinting at a weird intelligence and unnerving malevolence. Most times, a Nothek is content to watch, weighing and assessing the creatures it encounters. When driven to violence, it uses its horrific gaze to rot flesh from enemies' bones. Do you want a Leshy or a Nothek? You think the Nothek is cute? Or was the cute for the Leshy? Broken dolls possessed by ghosts. What if the Nothek has a bunch of dolls that like washed in from the sea? One for Leshy with a little mushroom garden. 2 for Nothek with a weird doll obsession. 2? Okay. There, I need a name for this Nothek. There's a lone Nothek that has made this tower its home. It may have once been an Imperial, an imperial human. Hence why the gargoyles don't detect it. Kind of like how Golem was formed. Orontes? How high level of adventure? You're level 4. A Nothic is a 4th level creature in Pathfinder. Quarrel. A once human man and swordsman by nature, delving the anti-magic tomes. Ooh, so he might have been one of the spellbreakers, one of the witch hunters of the Empire. I kind of like spelling it Pharrell. Whirl. Yeah. Pharrell. Name. Yeah. A Nothic is okay if it's elite with high quality magic tome like treasure. It might have some of that. This isn't a boss monster though, so I don't really. We're also using Pathfinder rules, so the CR is a little different than 5th edition. Plus, I'm a lot more crafty as a DM than an average DM. There's a lone Nothic who's near this tower. It's home. It may have once been an imperial human, hence why gargoyles don't detect it. Maybe we can do something with the dolls. Maybe we can make one of them animated. Zenoba? Whoa! Zenoba should be the name of one of its favorite dolls. How does he make it appear haunted? Doll? Doll? Maybe it's an animated doll. World has subsisted off of rust monsters and fish. Rust monsters, crabs, and fish for over 100 years. They are capable of speaking Old Margrave. I think it's called Old Grieve. Keep away intelligent creatures. Like the Grindilo. Or gargoyles. Drow manipulates. If it's in a lab or a biblia with a magic cabinet wizard when he was forbidden knowledge, Nothics take your mind in possession. Well, the general Nothic lore, we can just throw it out. If I'm being honest with you. Our Nothic doesn't have to act like a book Nothic. They should be a little loose in the head for spending so much time in isolation. That's what I think, too. They're crazy. I'm trying to figure out... I'm not sure if Nothic is in Pathfinder. I want to see what their abilities are, because that's gonna determine whether or not we should give them magical abilities in addition. Okay, I'm just gonna have to use this one I found online then. Very high perception, they can see invisibility. Weird insight. Targets one creature can see within 30 feet, probing their mind. Okay. Their attacks are melee and rotting gaze. Let's give him, I want him to have an additional sort of spell ability. They used to be a witch hunter, a the empire that was. That would make them over 500 years old. Hopefully that's okay. The empire that was. Due to centuries alone, they're quite mad. How old was Gollum in Lord of the Rings? $589 years old. Hey! This is perfect! If you want to play on the swordsman aspect, change the melee to a longsword and a bit of a wild flailing style. Oh, and the sword could be one of the treasure items. Let's see. What, animated doll? Virtuous dancer, liturgist, Paula. I'm not sure if we have an option here for an animated doll. Welcome to Animal. Oh, a puppet! That's what they're called in Pathfinder. But it's like a player race. How complex do you want a potential to be? If not, you can always homebrew the doll NPCs. I don't think it has to be that complex. I think we can just say it's a puppet. And it doesn't have much fighting ability. Let me see if there's a monster stat block for puppet. I was just looking under the wrong area. It might even be under construct. What happened to my music? There is, let's see here. Oh wait, maybe not. Heritage. Feet. I just want the monster. One second, I'm looking it up. How is construct not a creature family? What the heck? The things Wizard of the Coast has done to ruin the TTRPG scene. Okay. Have the rules for like a human, like a player. Oh, here we go. Damn it! It says profit, not puppet. Fuck. You know what? It's fine. We'll just use an NPC stat block and call it a puppet. Construct is a treat if you're searching Nethys. Oh. I see. Traits. I find Nethys so difficult to use. Construct. Okay, it looks like they don't have a stat block for it. That's fine. Do we want this puppet to be able to speak? Soulbound doll is a level 2 creature. Okay, got it. I'll use that. What did we name her? Is it really not a creature type? I think they're in 5e. Or are we playing something different? We're playing Pathfinder. Yeah. I don't remember what we named her. Oh no! Zanoba! Got it. Zanoba. Can she speak? Mm-hmm. Can the puppet look like Kumo? We can make it look like a little elf girl. Number is a small sized construct. It appears like a very, very old, very aged. Small sized construct that appears like a blonde elven girl. Make her a cute little elf girl, yes! How did Zanoba... How did she get her intelligence, though? They've been imbued with a small piece of a deceased mortal soul. These little constructs are created from a variety of reasons, such as to serve as companions or servants, but their free will means their obedience and their creation is hardly a given. Two dolls, one high elf and one a dark elf. Maybe I couldn't talk, but only because he's playing it like a ventriloquist. Would you serious? He sincerely believes it's alive. That's fucked up. That's messed up. I think that she should be real. There are several other dolls Fro has collected, but only Zanoba has intelligence. Pearl doesn't know this though. And speaks to the dolls. And speaks for the dolls. As if they are all alive. How did I just go into subscript? Uh-oh. How about that? Goodbye, Nero! The party has to decide between playing along or convincing them. Pretty doll has a tragic story, and if you fix her, she's your friend. Nobu could be someone he knew in his past life, someone close. That bond allows her to talk. Ooh. Who would be close to a witch hunter? Imagine someone viewer being like, hey, this looks very familiar, like my campaign that I'm in. A witch? Is it a witch that he disliked or a witch that he couldn't kill? Maybe he couldn't kill her because she was a girl, like a little girl. Her forbidden love? Oh. What is those ghosts that throw stuff around? This gives the party a way to dispel the illusion, because even though it's a genuine connection, it is all because of Foro and his memories of her. The puppet is just alive. You mean like the puppet's not actually alive? Noble was a mage that Pharrell was tasked to kill. But he couldn't. One is alive and the other is a puppet and spell. It's only alive through his belief that it is? That's so awful! Oh no! So like if the illusion breaks, her soul is freed? Oh. A more convoluted anime object spell. Browse? Okay. Here we go. One Pharrell brought Zenoba back to the dowsing tower. He was unable to stop her death. Her soul clings to the puppet only by Pharrell's own grief and curse-twisted form. He doesn't think of her as a doll. He believes she's real. If the party convinces him she's dead, DC, I'm gonna say it's really hard to do that though. DC 30, because he's insane. If the party convinces him he's dead or proves she's dead, the curse is broken and her soul is freed. How does that sound? You like that? If he told himself that he will make her real with magical suggestion on himself, that could work for why he's crazy, going by what Manta says. He doesn't have to be crazy, he could be under the effects of a magical suggestion. Oh, like someone convinced her that someone used a magical suggestion spell and say, oh, she's alive. Can her soul be snatched? Any soul can be snatched. Unless you're an elf, in which you don't have a soul, you have a spirit. I don't know how I feel about a situation being necessarily cast as bad or negative. It doesn't have to be. You'd love to hear me RP this character? No, that's embarrassing. Hold your dice. The two have lived in relative peace and seclusion. But Pharrell has horrible panic attacks and a very distorted sense of reality. We went from, oh yeah, it's just a ruined tower with a ghost, to there's a crazy dude that's been alive for 500 years because he's under a curse, because he didn't kill the witch he was supposed to, and that witch is also, her soul is inside of a puppet that he thinks is a real person. We've overcomplicated things, but in the best way possible. Maybe she's alive, but she thinks that he's batshit crazy because he talks to all of the dolls. I think she knows he's crazy. I think she knows the other dolls can't talk. So Nova knows Pharrell is mad. And that the other dolls are just dolls. But she gave up trying long ago. She knows his mind isn't there, but she does care due to his imprint of her, his memories, and she genuinely cares for him still. I think so too. I think that's, yeah. I'm gonna copy your message directly from chat. We need treasure for these two. The party doesn't have to necessarily interact with them, but they might give the party information, and they'd have some treasure if they can convince them to drop it, or if the party happens to kill them. Well, used to be a very proficient swordsman and has a fine Old Empire Blade. A +1 striking longsword. From the albeit esoteric contact in Lion's Den. Yeah, they're not gonna attack the party, but they are gonna try to hide from the party. So maybe, what can the party give to them? What can the party give to them that they'd be willing to trade information or items for? A rare fish. Another reward from Pharrell could be something related to magic, since he's a former magician. He's a former witch hunter. I wouldn't say he's a former mage. If he was a mage, he'd be a bonds mage, and he would have a lot less tighter of a leash. Something valuable that washed up. Oh, that he can't get to because maybe the Grindilo are there. Okay, got it. Something recently washed up in the caverns. A doll! Wait. Maybe... Okay, I got it. Here's to be a blonde elven girl. The doll is missing one arm. Something recently washed up in the caverns. A doll of about the same size as Zenobia is washed ashore near Claire. As washed. Yeah. This doll would be the perfect replacement. That would provide the perfect replacement for Zenobia's missing arm. I like the idea that, hold on, wait. There is a large station, with a spinning wheel. And air. Haphazard, albeit comfortable. Makeshift tent. Made of sails and old clothes. Corner, I guess. That's where he's proficient in sewing, I've decided. Alright, something recently washed up in the caverns. A doll about the same size as Zenobia has washed ashore. This doll would provide the perfect replacement for Zenobia's missing arm. Pharrell cannot reach it because the Grindilo in the waters might see and attack him. He's desperate to get Zenobia her arm back because he's the reason she lost the other one, the old one. He's willing to trade information or items with the party if they can retrieve it. How does that sound? Yeah. If you want to give your party a powerful object, they could be rewarded with a small strawman-like doll. It requires one person to attune to it, and is a one-time revival. Ooh, like a talisman. Which Hunter's strawman talisman? Maybe. Yeah, this creature's based off of Nothic, but we kind of altered it a bunch. Leather armor, silver half plate. I don't think it's gonna revive. I think it needs to do something different. And actually, I'm gonna check the talismans to see if there's already something similar. I'm gonna look right now. Savior Spike. This pyramid-shaped spike is attached to an armor's chest piece. When you activate the spike, it shoots a strand of force to help you gain purchase, giving a +1 item bonus to a climbing check. No. We want something different. If you manage to convince the dolls to your fate, you should be able to get the witch's real hat as compensation and a symbol of moving on. That might be cool. Old hat. Once it gave your party a living doll as loot. It was friendly and they'd sacrifice its life for whoever carried it, acting like a death ward spell. Oh. Let's see. I'm gonna take a moment to look at the talisman list. Please hold. Oh, here we go, Mortalis coin. The small golden coin is usually stamped the image of a boar or other resilient creature. If triggering damage would cause you to become dying 2, typically due to a critical hit or a critical failure, you become dying 1 instead. In addition, for 10 minutes, you die from the dying condition at dying 5 rather than dying 4. I like this. We'll just give it the abilities of a Mortalis coin, which is a one-use item. also give them... There's also one called a Lover's Knot, and when you activate a Lover's Knot, you regain 2d6 hit points. If you have the Battle Medicine feat, you instead gain 2d6 plus 7. I think there should also be a Lover's Knot. Talisman. Made of... It's made of Zenoba's actual hair. Should he have an Australian accent? Well, if I'm role-playing him, I guess it will be Australian by default, huh? Okay, we need, the hat. Magical hat. Worn items. This hat, please tell me hat is like a... Is a trait? It's not, is it? Okay. No! Items! Oh. Damn it. Oh wait, worn mask. Worn mask. Worn mask. Worn headwear. Like, check. Maybe there's a... Headwear one. Item subcategory. Headwear? What if I just typed in headwear? Yay, that worked! Okay, perfect. Now I have a bunch of headwear stats. A mage's hat. This hat comes in many forms, such as a colorful turban or a pointy hat with a brand that is adorned with symbols of runes. It grants you a +1 item bonus to Arcana checks, and allows you to cast a Prestidigitation cantrip as an arcane innate cantrip. Yeah! Mage's hat. It's just gonna be a normal mage's hat. Woohoo! Nice, some good loot here. Okay. I wanna double check. Are there any like single-use items that are like tools or no? I'm not seeing any. Consumables, here we go. Consumable, tools, gadgets, ammunition, missiles, oils, other consumables. Yeah. I guess we can give him some holy water. Holy water might be nice. I'm making a dungeon for my game. Hi, sorry. Got really into looking at that loot. You want to give your party? Yeah, I read that part. What's a tunnelador? What is that? They're level 4. We need a description for the driftwood scaffolding. I don't think there's gonna be anything out here on the driftwood, but the gargoyles built this after one of them became incapable of flight. After 200 years, collecting driftwood and building upon the original structure, they have built a firm wooden scaffolding. It crosses the sea cave's length. Environmental hazards. I think it should just have like a... There is a danger of doing any acrobatics or dashing on the bridge, giving players a circumstantial -2 to such skill checks. Oh my god, it's already 5:10? I have to go get my roommate soon. Will we finished? There's one room we haven't done! This one! What should that room be? Throw random ideas and I'll just agree to one of them, and then I have to end stream so I can go get my roommate. A bottomless pit? Oh, a secret room. Secret. Make sure to add an ogre who wants someone to read them a bedtime story. Maybe. A room closet? I don't think they'd have a bathhouse in a dowsing tower made to locate enemies of this state. Ooh, devils trapped in magic circles are always fun. Secret? A mimic? A mimir? A mimir? Dragon egg. Sometimes you get a good idea in the bathroom. That's true. I haven't put a bathroom in the dungeon. Storage and bathroom, and there happens to be a mimic in here? No, Veronica! Communal dungeon bathroom? Waste disposal! Gross! Yucky! Okay, we'll put a pit in here. Pit. Pit with, toilet mimic. He's been waiting for someone! I think it would just... I don't know, wouldn't it just go out into the sea caves? If someone used the bathroom? Why are you dotting me? Alright, let's find someone to read. Did you guys have fun? Especially I want to know if the YouTube chat had fun. Usually I do this on my second channel, which is just another channel I put VODs on, because I get a little bit nervous about doing this kind of stuff. on the main channel. But hopefully you had fun, and if you did, I can do it more over here. Let's see, who's online? Let's read. I'm gonna read Dot. Will the mimic be down with being a toilet, or does it hate its existence? Well, it's not actually a toilet. The first person to use it will get eaten. I don't know if I'm gonna go with the toilet idea, but we do need a toilet somewhere in this dungeon. You love this stuff? Is it for their jam? Alright, I'm glad you're all enjoying it. It makes me really happy. I'm gonna be doing a ASMR hand cam tomorrow, so that'll be in the evening. But until then, I will see you later, big bro. Have a good night, and I will tell you what happens tonight in D&D. I'm looking forward to it. Love you, big bro. Bye bye.